Buh. Hello. Happy Saturday. Oh my god, we skipped today. Whoopsie doopsie. Well, not by accident. That was very much intentional. Hello, Ezra, Hyperjerk, Ben, Yeti. How y'all doing? How's y'all's Saturdays so far? How was your Fridays? Y'all had a good one? Yippee. Yippee. Oh, that's a very early Mishka update. Aren't you lucky that I have already prepared one on the art stream screen? Yeehaw. Ezra and Ben, you both typed yippee the exact same way, like the exact same amount of ease. That's incredible. Totally licky. Ew. Lucky. There we go. Now you're looking over here in my stream. Ain't nothing edible in these parts. Mobile is hard, it's true. Yeah, no, I type it all the fucking time. I wanted to add cottage cheese to my grocery list, and I just had like 5 retries. I had the C, I had the O, but instead of the T, it went to E, and then it went to R, and then it went to G, and it was like, cottage cheese? What the fuck's going on? 3 extra E's is the rule, apparently. Anything less or more than that, you just get banned, apparently. Yeah, no, that's the rules now. Added to the block terms, anything less than yippee with 4 E's at the end. Or 5 is 5. I have glasses, and I can count. Yep. Oh, that's right, you gotta go now. I'm sorry. I hate to see you go like this, but damn. Ben, don't actually. Don't. Ben, don't. Ben, do not. Ben, do not! Ben, don't! No! Put that gun down! Chicken butt. No, Ezra. It's okay. Curzec spotted. Nuh-uh. I'm not on screen, it's just a cat. And chat. Meow, 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 meow. You missed. Ah! Oh, there I am. Can I ask why the list is in English? Easier or just habit? The list? What list? Or you mean like my grocery list when I was mentioning cottage cheese? They just call it cottage cheese in the Dutch stores. I don't know why. What would it be if you were to literally translate a cottage hut? Huttekaas? Yeah, that is a different kind of cottage cheese. It tends to have more herbs in it, though. Oh, it's also a brand, I think, so maybe they can't call it Huttekaas. Because the brand was like, yoink! They started selling bigger containers of the cottage cheese, though, from store brand. However, not the ones that I get. I get cottage cheese light, and they don't increase the size of those containers. It's still 200 grams. So after like 2.5 lunches, I'm through. So lately I've been buying them in bulks of 3. Because I add to my bread every day. 25 grams per slice. Because it's good protein. Never really cottage cheese fan. I love cream cheese though. I make it work by, first I have hummus. Like a little bit of hummus that is a paprika and oregano one. And then a cottage cheese. And then I season the fuck some 4-seasoned pepper over it is what they call it. So it's not just basic pepper. There's like a different smell and taste to it. And it makes it quite nice. To me at least. Totally get it why other people aren't into it. I just add flavor to it. It's mostly just mass for me. Hummus upsets your taste buds, unfortunately. I have a picky taste. I have tried default hummus, like your average hummus, and I'm like, eh. I prefer the paprika and oregano. It's maybe a bit more expensive, like a couple cents, like 20 cents per container or something. But, you know, for flavor, like, it's worth it for me. Where Mush? She's on the next screen. Fucking God. Oh, we're yapping over here. Damn, Ben. Hi. You want the mish? Yeah? How bad do you want the mish? You want it? How bad? Oh, gun levels of bad. Well, you know how I feel about guns, Ben. Ezra's already waiting in the pets channel on the Discord. 12 level of bad? Yeah, see, that's more like it. Knife? Eh. Sword. There. You happy now? Sitting there like royalty. And a slipper in the back. Cool. Yes, period. Very regal. So graceful. Graceful lady. The music is loading, it's just taking some. A lovely kitty cat. Meow 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 meow. She is sat behind me on the couch, curled up. Creature. I pet. She's within reach, even. I am petting and VTubing. Oh my god. Guinevere. No. VTubing. Well, it's funny you say Guinevere and Lord Vessel, and then I put on the Dark Souls Lo-Fi remix. That would be good. Oh, I didn't mean. Wah, wah. Little bibble. Alright, so Wednesday, we left off with one cleaned frame. None of us will strike the Mishka illusion. Hey Ben, what if Sif was replaced with Mishka? Then I'll die. Guess you just won't beat the game, lol. Or was Sif optional? I forget. I think Sif's optional, unless you want to get like the secret stuff from the DLC. Guess you'll just go hollow. Yeah, valid. Very valid. Yeah. We'll just be continuing on the merry ways of cleanup. What's everyone else gonna be doing while I'm doodling? We'll also have to figure out the text and all that stuff. Why? Hello? Hello? Why are you here? Why is there an itty bitty little dot? You can't even. You can barely see it at 100% of the canvas. Zoom in. What the fuck? Gonna enjoy some coffee and maybe put away my laundry if I can get the motivation. Ooh. What if laundry first and then coffee as a reward for a job well done? Hi, Hyperjerk and Grave Knight. Tiny dot, baby dot. Happy little mistakes, Bob Ross calls them. Preferably not in cleanup. But yeah, this frame here is the same as the keyframe, with the exception of some hair. And clearly Bob wasn't a cleanup artist, no. I would love to try and follow a Bob Ross tutorial on stream, actually. I know fuck all about environment and background drawing and painting. It'll be interesting to try and apply that on a digital program. I'm kind of eepy though, so I'm gonna have half now and half as a reward. If you can do it quick enough so it's nice and warm still. Motivation to do it quickly! I don't know how much laundry you got to do, obviously. It's iced coffee. Oh, well, then you don't have to worry about it cooling down. You'll have to worry about it getting to room temperature instead. I have not had coffee today. I had a black tea this morning. So there's a teeny bit of caffeine in it. I had a strength training this morning as opposed to long walk. Because I have been neglecting to go the last 2 days because of being human. And experiencing stuff. I put up yesterday that I skipped yesterday's stream, right, on Friday. Because I wasn't feeling very nice. And I'm still a little And I will tell you why. So, I value my hair. And I was getting a lot of split ends, so I figured I should go to a hairdresser and get those split ends removed. It is very long hair, and I just want to get it done by someone who knows what they're doing. Just enough to get the split ends off, so it's like nice and healthy again and less prone to breaking. I will show you a photo that I took of myself with my face blocked out a little over a month ago. So this is what it was. Quite long. If it wasn't pulled over my shoulders from the front, it will be well below my waist. And the hairdresser that I went to for a first time held up about, like, I don't know, what is this? What I'm doing with my index finger and thumb? About 6, 7 centimeters maybe, just to make sure I got everything. Well, not only did they cut off like 3 times as much, it is superbly uneven. I have never cried after a bad haircut. I've had misses with haircuts, but like, okay, fine, whatever. This has broken me. I have a hard time seeing myself in the mirror with this. So I have it up. I'd cry. I sobbed the moment and I got home and reality hit me. Because I don't have a fucking backbone. I'm in too much shock when I'm like in the hair salon still. Let's put them side by side. So what it was versus what it's now. Like, Bro, he held up significantly less. The hairdresser. So now I'm going to another hair salon on Monday morning, because that was the earliest I could book, to a quite expensive place to maybe see if we can salvage it. And also mentioning that I'm even going so far as to consider hair extensions. Because this length of hair does not suit me right now. I wonder if like a good haircut at a good hair salon for a lot of money maybe is able to do so, but man, I feel bad already for the hairdresser that I'm about to meet on Monday morning. Like, hey, so help me. Leave a bad review. I don't have an account with which to leave a review with that isn't connected to Curzec right now. I'd have to make a new account, and I'm too much of a coward to go back to the hair salon. Like, bro, I don't have a receipt. Pretty sure I also got scammed out of more money than it actually is supposed to cost. I should have double-checked the signage when I walked in to see what it was going to cost me, and just a cut should have cost me 20 bucks. As was on the sign, where it says the prices for women. Yeah, the dude was like, no, it's 25, and I just was too fucking in shock to argue, and then I walk out and I see the sign again. Yeah, no, that says 20 for women. I'm so non-confrontational. I could have made it even more even, I think. Yeah, I've also never cut my own hair. I could have done it myself to like that level of fucked up. So yeah, this situation has taken a bit of a toll on me, and yeah. When I was in the shower yesterday and I realized I had to go out to get some groceries, I started crying because I don't want to be seen. Yeah, I am justified about being upset because some people would be like, it's just hair, right? It's a little more than just hair. Yes, it will grow back, but until then, I am stuck with something that I see in the reflection on the daily that I don't like, unless hopefully this very expensive haircut at a different hair salon may salvage something, some sort of appeal. It's a part of my self-expression, exactly. Like, literally and figuratively, my hair is a huge part of my appearance and how I feel about it. Like, I put a lot of care in my hair, as I've mentioned a couple of times on stream. Like, going over my whole washing routine and all that stuff. And it's also human betrayal in the sense of like, I went to this person who during the appointment said that I've been cutting hair since 2012. So you'd think with 13 years of experience, they'd be able to do an okay job at bare minimum. This is vile. And I don't have enough of a backbone to go back and be like, yo. And even then, it's like, if I were to get back my money, it's not even a third of just the hair cutting price of this new appointment. Because I've ordered or reserved for a cut, hair care, and styling. I have no idea what the total price is going to be, and at this point, fucking just help me, man. I'm so sad. So you can't imagine why yesterday I was like, I can't right now. So yeah, my Sona will have longer hair than I do for a little while, unless maybe actual hair extensions can actually, you know, extend my hair. I looked into some videos about it a little bit, about what it's like and aftercare and all that, and it does look like you'll have to maybe go back and get like things patched up in like 4 months. And hair extensions aren't cheap. But holy shit, you know what's fucking vile? Not liking what you see in the mirror when you have some sort of control over it and you have this visual reminder of this event that occurred to you. If there's something I can do about it, then I guess I just have no choice but to. I didn't work out yesterday because I was like, I don't want to be out there. I went to the gym this morning and while I'm warming up, I was just like, man, I hate how this length of hair tickles at the back of my neck. You've had bad experiences with the hairstylist not giving me the haircut I want, transphobia, and I know how upsetting it can be. Man, that sucks. I'm sorry, Ezra. Best of luck, and I hope the fix works out. I hope so too. We'll see Monday morning, first thing at 9 a.m. God, it's gonna cost so much money. You want to give someone the benefit of the doubt, and then bam. Well over $100 down the drain for a salvage mission. And potentially, like, maybe even, I don't know, was it 150, 200 for extensions? Depending. I almost got my neck cut while getting a haircut. Fuck. They got a stick of salt and dabbed it on the cut. Ow! What the fuck? Is that how scars get made, though? What the fuck? Hi, Juno. Welcome in. We're talking hair. I had a very bad haircut at a place I tried to give a fair shot at, and now I need to go to a different place to salvage the hair. You had that happen as well. Man. Google says it's called a styptic pencil. So yeah, that was my Thursday. I was supposed to be like, oh, I'm gonna get a refreshing haircut, and then I'm gonna get rid of the dead ends, and it's gonna grow long and healthy again, and won't have as much breakage, and well, at least I don't have split ends anymore. God. Deeply upsetting. Lesson learned. I will, I guess, just straight up not go to a hair salon anymore that charges anything less than a certain amount of money. Because I guess you can't expect quality. I've had my hair cut better at a hairdressing school in the past. Apparently they are made of aluminum sulfate. Sure felt like rubbing a stick of salt on your neck. And the purpose is to close the wound, then? Or something? Anti-bleeding stuff. Because blood isn't good for business? It probably isn't. You know, like, you don't want that stuff on your scissors that you're going to be using on other clients. You know, hygiene. Imagine. I go to the same hairstylist every time, costs 60 USD, but he's very respectful of my identity and gives me the exact type of haircut I want. Ooh. Yeah, I just don't have a fixed, like, hairdressing place here. I get it cut very irregularly and very few times, like, at max twice a year. Because I'm like, a long hair. Don't need a whole lot of maintenance. So since moving into this apartment, this was only like my third haircut. So hi, Junie. You ever need this info? OBS handles Xcodes in ABRG, which is just RGB, but with red and blue turned around and an extra alpha channel added. And then all four of the numbers between 0 and 55 multiplied with each other. Hi, how are you doing? How are you doing? What made you stumble upon this knowledge? And are you alright? Help, there's a rabbit hole. Oh no. Someone is on a mass adventure. I've still been neglecting to update OBS. Hate how OBS handles colors. Bane, can we get a shout out for Junie, please? Go check out Junie. Good bean. No more needs to be said. Speaking of good beans, hi Kevin. How was the picnic yesterday? Well, it was evening for me, but it was late afternoon for you, probably? Kevin helped me, we played a little bit of Night Rain yesterday, and I finally had a go at Hellster Man, like actual Night Lord Man, and we got him first try. Yay! So I saw the credits roll in Night Rain, and I have not done a single remembrance, teehee. It's good, 8 Sammys and chips mochi. Ooh! I'm here to bring the average quality of the beans down. Hi, Curzec. Hi, chat. What the fuck? How dare you? My chat only consists of high quality bean. That includes you. I did a double picnic with the boys later, but it was badminton and alcohol. Uh-oh. Fumbling around the court. Yeah, Kevin, I've already told the hair situation as well on stream just now. Kevin knows. He's been there going like, man, with it for me. At least went to the gym this morning, Kevin. I had a leg day. Did that instead of long walk because I haven't done a strength session in 2 days. Hair or hair? Hair. I got a haircut. I had very long hair to well below my waist, as is seen here, of a photo from about a month ago. And this is what I'm dealing with now. And I only asked to get enough cut to get split ends removed. I don't think my split ends were that far up, bro. Yeah, my smile is definitely turned upside down, Joni. I've sobbed over this. The shortening, not just the shortening, look at how uneven! It's a disaster. So yeah, that's my reflection right now. Very fun. I didn't see that at first, yeah. I didn't notice it either until I draped it over my shoulder and I was just like, ugh! Holy fuck, it's worse than I thought. To quote the unhelpful thing my parents always fail to cheer me up, it'll heal up, grow back to marriage. It's more than just hair though, Junie. Because my hair is a big part of my visual identity, figuratively and literally. And also just the betrayal aspect of like, on the go. During the appointment, I mention out loud, like, hey, it's looking a little short in the front, and the guy's like, trust me. And I'm like, okay. Fuck that guy. Seemed friendly, but I don't know, with this bad of a job, I'm starting to think. Did you do this on purpose? Which is awful of me to think, but like, bro. People who should not be trusted are the people who say trust me. Yeah, a little late. Unfortunately. I am very much the kind of person who is all about benefit of the doubt. Like, that's a big part of my personality and just character and all that stuff. And I've just been learning the hard way recently, not just with this instance, but also other instances that people like to abuse that shit. It was like, cool. I don't want to get rid of this quality of mine because it's a good quality to have. I'm just the one who ends up getting hurt along the process, though. Or along the way. Like, well, how dare you abuse the benefit of my doubt. Wonder why that happens? I don't know, Grael. Hi. How you doing? It's gotta be careless, isn't it? I don't know. Once you're in the chair, what you gonna do? Jump out? Yeah. Like, once it's cut, it's cut! Trust me, gives me the same vibe as Hold My Beer, not knowing what the longer combo is about. Ugh. What they are going to do with their hands free of beer, if it's actually physically like Hold My Beer. My cousin who also had a haircut recently, she just wanted layers, but the result looked disconnected. It didn't look layered. Oh man. I just call my haircut a chop job. Chop job. There we go. Thank you, closed caption. She was crying when you got. Oh, yeah, no, dude, same. I sobbed my eyes out. It's horrible. Out of curiosity, I only ever go hairdressers once every 2 years. What's like normal interval for normal people to go in a hairdresser? I don't know. I only go like once every half year, every 3/4 year. Because I am like all about growing it out for as long as possible. YouTube is having an awful time lately with sticking to the playlist. Junie and I shaking hands every 2 years. It is advised to at least get your ends cut off, because eventually it will split. Mine did too, despite all my efforts in like how I wash it and putting oil in the ends to seal it all up again. It eventually will split, and if you want to grow it out, you have to get it cut to get those ends cut off, which was the whole purpose of last Thursday's haircut. Grandma goes daily. It's part of her morning routine. What the heck? It once every 8 to 10 weeks. I tend to go yearly since I wanted it short, but I'm gonna try to grow it shoulder length unless I got sick with weight on my own hair. I imagine people tend to go shorter as well when it's summer and depending on where they live. So it's not as warm. But no, for me, it was just supposed to be like, hey, please get rid of the split end so it's not breaking as frequently. And just that. Dude held up an amount of hair that was like this much, and I'm like, yeah, sure. And proceeded to cut off like nearly 3 times as much. So I'm a little upset. To say the very fucking least. I'm only like rehearsing how I'm going to walk into the salon on Monday morning like, hey, sorry to make you start off the week the way I'm about to make it start off for you, but like, help me. I went to a hairdresser for a first time with the mission of just getting the ends cut off, and well, it was a bit overshot. The butch haircut's really freaking sad. Trust broken. Yeah, like I said, it's not just hair, right? Yes, it will grow back, but it's also trust broken in another person that was just like, trust me. And I wanted to give a fair shot as a place I'd not gone to before. Alas. Maybe in the future I can look back at this and have a laugh. Oh shit. Aw, Ezra, thank you for the Ko-fi. What the heck, thank you. Aw. So nice of you. I don't think I've seen the fucking Ko-fi alert go off ever before. Started to wonder if it was actually working. Cool. Thank you, Ezra. That's very nice of you. Oh. These. Double speed. For some reason. I think this was because I was holding down spacebar. I broke someone's trust yesterday, still a little unsure how that even happened. Oh no! Do you wanna talk about it, or is this like a private matter? Which, very fucking valid, obviously. Oh my god, I can hear Isabel going. Was in the public server that I need to find someone who can show me how a specific part of the OBS Move plugin works. Some random guy suddenly calls me, goes, "Open your OBS, I'm walking you through this." Okay. Yeah, go on. So open my OBS, guy sees a scene called TTS, goes, "Oh no, this is AI, bye," and leaves, and then goes on to publicly post in said server. At that moment when you accidentally help an AI, bro, they immediately ruin. TTS is not AI! TTS is text to speech! Some of the voices used in TTS these days are AI generated, like, you know, the SpongeBob voices and all those fuckers, but there have been TTS has been around for years! I'm sitting here like TTS text to speech. I ping TikTok's public API, which is made in collaboration with Disney. How you think the blind read on the internet? Yeah! Like, bro. Bro just simply doesn't know. And is being a bit hostile about it, too. By making that kind of passive-aggressive comment. That sucks, Junie. What the hell? You didn't break the trust, they just made a whole bunch of assumptions and outed themselves as a self-righteous jerk. Yes, that's exactly what happened. I'm absolutely baffled. Yeah, same here. Welcome in, Lazy Maharaj. That's on them. It's like getting mad about someone who have Braille on their door. Jokes on him, I got the one info nugget I need to know out of our 5-minute call, and he got struck down by a mod over investigating fights in general chat. Or instigating, yeah. That is very correct. Good job, mods. Based. Yeah, that's fucking dumb of that person. debating whether it's dumb or ignorant. Because if you don't know what TTS is, then I guess you don't know. But at the same time, it is dumb of them to immediately go the aggro way. Has someone told him? Does he know that TTS is not AI though? That's a hydrogen. Thank you. Here's like an animation question, if I may. Yeah, sure. What's up? Because you got to drink some water. I did. I muted, and now I'm a little bit more hydrated. Sploot seeks forbidden lore, eldritch knowledge. Drinking coffee, finding the hangover. Ooh. All that badminton got the best of you, huh? Nothing quite as intoxicating as a good all round of badminton. With alcohol. Will's point is that I haven't purchased the rights to use the TikTok API. I should be paying Stitch's voice actor for every time I generate a TTS to imitate him. Do you need to pay to get into the API? Is that even a thing? I also don't know about, like, those kinds of voices being turned into TTS stuff. With my level of ignorance, I can see that be some kind of gray area in, like, what's AI and what isn't. Like, how much... Like, they're not good enough to replace the voice actors, right? For Stitch. For Stitch, rather. I'm trying to animate a shark chewing on an undersea cable, and I can't get the tail to swish right. It looks low energy. Would it be worth trying to make to maybe animate the middle flick stage on 3s instead of 2s? It can help to play around with the timing and spacing of your drawings. You may want to shorten how long a certain frame stands, and you may want to, in that way, increase the spacing. So you know about timing and spacing, right? You got well, not with the brush. You have frame 1 here, and then that. Let's do this. And bam. Here it like eases in and out. You got then this big one here in the middle. You could get rid of any that are in the middle, so the jump is even bigger, which can add to a forceful feeling in your animation. TikTok API is public, specifically Disney TikTok TTS voices were made in celebration of 100 years of Disney, and Wikipedia says all VAs have been compensated with the paycheck. Alright! Actually, one of the few TTS voices I could find info on at all, if the recording was consensual or not. Good, that's good to know. Yeah, then in that case, you're fine. If you want to find the skip the in-between, extreme poses only? Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. You go from a very close ease to the first drawing to a very close ease to the next keyframe. Next is Kevin trying to get it into a sweet spot of happy, enthusiastic nibbling without looking too thrashy. Best of luck. Probably get this thing done well within the 5 hours for stream today. I'm not quite sure yet what I'm going to be doing after this. I could edit a short on stream, maybe. Where I'm gonna tackle my sneaky little post that I did on Blue Sky about like, hey, I'm a little short on commission samples. Send me your characters. And I think I have acquired a target. Or a scribble. Asia's just trying to get the body and tail to sync up so it looks sensible. And now I'm down the rabbit hole of getting a nice sense of swish and flick. I keep forgetting how hard the basics are. Yep. But it's good to practice them. Oh, I guess I meant to do that frame next. Lol. Proceeds to not do that one next. Short on commission, did you say? Checks bank account. All right. Yeah. Well, samples for commissions. I actually set up some draft commission services on VGen yesterday. That ended up happening. Like, I guess I can do that now. I'm not quite ready to open up shop yet. And not for a lack of samples, but like making the shop look nice and presentable. We'll try to do stop motion, but at least Moho is Control Z. This is true. Going through with a lot of my Q and my NDA projects coming to a close. Looks like I'll be drawing things for myself next month, hopefully. Yay! I've been thinking to myself, I've never seen you draw something for yourself on stream, I don't think. Junie. You're always making something for someone else with your emotes. But I'm also familiar with the feel of like, oh, maybe soon I can draw stuff for me. Hence why I'm really just like enjoying streaming as much as I can. Because I kinda can just, you know, draw what I want right now. I'm gonna be freelancing again for probably at least a year. In a few months. You had 2 outfits for Roxy last Thursday, effectively doubling the outfit count from 2 to 4 of the planned 12. Ooh, 12. One for each month, yeah. Seasonal fits. God, I remember trying to hurry to skip to the next track whenever this one played. Because it was one of those that got me muted frequently. Now I don't have to worry about that. Because of the split audio situation. Hee hee hee. Beach cats. Already been an hour. I am suddenly getting hit with EP. The fuck? I haven't bothered to open up the blind next to me. Whoops. The habit still of, like, the warmer days. Because it's cooled down quite a bit over here. We're below 20 degrees Celsius today and yesterday. Seasonal Zuze drafts up a bunny onesie and a Santa hat and outfit for the holidays. 14! Yeah. Deep strikes when you least expect. I mean, I haven't had coffee today. I was meaning to make some and it was like, oops. Lunchtime already. Halloween costume could do. Yays. Aww. Man, Halloween last year was nice. Seeing it in action in the country where it's celebrated the hardest. Be like, wow, it's just like the movies. But would it be a skeleton or a pumpkin costume? Why not a pumpkin skeleton? Por que no le dos? The child swarm we walked through was wild. Was it? Was that an absurd amount of children out and about? I don't know. I've got nothing to compare it to. I was like, yeah, that seems about right. About what I expect. It's nice to see, like, the adults dress up along, too. Think I saw someone dressed up as Kratos from God of War? Chris, I don't think pumpkins have skeletons. Oh, but imagine. Use your imagination. Thinks he's standing about, just hadn't seen it in years. You know better than I do. Also, I think we got like multiple candies from people that we walked through, like through their neighborhoods, and there weren't anyone, and they were like, "Here, you want one?" I think I only had one of the treats that we were given as adults, as grown-ass people. So several minutes, yeah, minions, Kratos, Batman, obviously, with glasses under his mask. You went trick-or-treating, Will? Yeah, I mean, yeah. And there were people just standing out of their houses and like, hi, you want some? There's no one here. It's like, sure. And politely say trick or treat. Like, yo, the full experience as an adult, no less. Hell yeah, free candy. I think both times I got a Twix. Not on purpose, but that's just how it ended up going. I wish Halloween was like that over here. But it probably never will be because we have a sort of similar-ish holiday about a week or two later, where kids also go door to door to get candy from people. But instead of wearing funny costumes and going trick or treat, they carry around little, often handcrafted lanterns, and they sing a little song related to the holiday. It is called Sint Maarten, or Saint Martin. It's cute though, but it's not like cute Halloween costume. I guess it's more probably environmentally friendly because, like, you know, I think a little handcrafted paper lantern is a little bit less waste. Those are the rods that you use to dangle them off of. I don't know how reusable those are these days. So morning, CJ. Welcome in. So you have to drive into town, and because it's the UK, there's a festival on this weekend. Rose could be chaos. So hi, Darkfold. How you doing? Happy Saturday. Doing okay? Alright. I'd like to see a funny wrapping dead deer thing Wales does. Oh. I have no idea of this thing that you mentioned, Kevin. We need Ben. You've heard about this, but never seen it? Yeah, no, I've done the St. Martin thing when I was a wee little child. Pretty national. It like walks around town starting rhyme contests with people, and if you lose, it goes into your home and it eats from your pantry or something? Huh? That sounds very European. You get a business email the other day, alternative to insert indie company name here. And I'm like, geez, what a sales pitch. I've never heard of them before, but now I'm more inclined to use their competitor. Lovely. Get that bread. I think that's that. One more frame. Still on the important keyframes and antics and breakdowns. I think this is the last one though. Yeah. Am I yawning? Be nice to have my coffee, but it's too late in the day to have a full cup of coffee. Want some kind of little caffeine boost, it's gotta be black tea. Maybe I'll go make some after I finish this frame. Do a little BRB. Still very much in self-care mode because of the hair situation. Man. Bye, money. Doesn't remember the details, but I'm tickled by Undead Rhyme Horse. That's some good whimsy. Yeah. Sounds like fun. Like fun, weird European adjacent folklore shenanigans from ye olden days. I feel like I should dive more into the folklore of my own country. You know, barely any, unfortunately. All just stuff that gets like lost to time and society not indulging in that kind of stuff because cringe or just not relevant and therefore not taught. Folklore is fun. I agree. But because it's fun, it's not taught in schools because you're supposed to learn stuff that's important. Which is true. But also, hey, learning a little bit of fun stuff. Imagine. I love that it's a tradition that's definitely a result of the town's funny man trying to get free booze and food. Probably how that happened, yeah. Imagine having a good educational system, huh? Imagine. By age 6, you have had all your lifetime allowance for fun and must learn only boring things and do joyless tasks for profit and not your profit someone else's. Unless you're a Nepo baby. I feel like I'm about to strike like an Elden Ring gesture over here. Erudition, or whatever it's called. This one's New Leaf, right? Pretty sure. I think like 10 or 11 a.m. Pretty sure I heard this one the most when playing Animal Crossing New Leaf. When I turned 40, I had to accept that my parents saying, surprise, we're actually obscenely wealthy and there was a giant trust fund just wasn't going to happen. Yeah. I did not grow up in a wealthy family myself. The reason why, as someone who likes video games now, just haven't played a lot of the old ones because we just didn't have the ways to play it with and afford those kinds of fun stuff. Our first console was a PlayStation 3, and that was mostly because my dad was like, oh, Blu-ray player. And I guess also, more, like the ability to spend was better, and also I wanted a gaming console. Didn't have a bad childhood because of growing up in a lower income family though. But there's an explanation for like why those kinds of things are the case for me. I don't really super love it when people go like, "Oh, you have never played this iconic classic?" I'm like, no. I'm glad you did, but please don't be offended because I haven't. Just simply not have the means. You have Elena's now though, yeah, but it's still like you have to be drawn to them. And you're more susceptible to being drawn to those kinds of classic games if you grew up with them. I would argue. Like, the emulators are more for people that already like those games, I'd say, more often than not. Like, the few times I have messed with emulators, it's not been to play games I've not played before. It's to revisit the classics of my youth. The ones that I do got to have. Like Pokemon Gold. I can't believe that everyone has experienced the same things I did and are the same person I am. How dare people be individuals? I know! Give you some recommendations. Recommendations is one thing, another is just motivation to play. And I think I've established well enough that I'm not even getting around to the games that I want to play and already own because of time. Looks at clear, obscure. You played Rising, you're satisfied? Yeah, and that took, you know how long? Took a while for that to happen. What, you mean humanity isn't a monolith that has experienced all the same experiences? What the fuck? I know! Crazy, right? Do you look at clear obscure or do you have to squint to get it into focus? Ah. I have to squint if I don't wear my glasses. Oh, that terrible joke. I must meet space. Happy doodlin', happy doodlin'. Wait, do you mean other people exist when I'm not looking, act, think, and feel independently of how I want them to? They have agency? Oh, I know, welcome in. Havel. Hope you're having a good day. Pretty good, thank you. Hope the same. It's going alright. Yeah. Just doing some cleanup stuff of something I've animated on Wednesday. Getting all the neat lines in. I purposely deleted the hairline just now. I don't think it'll be very visible or needed. We're likely to tangent with stuff. Oh, thingies up here still. Oh. Tempted to just I'm just gonna make sure the final lines in size. I... Alright, Ernesto, happy Saturday to you too. Having a good one. Thanks for the follow, Pavel. Oh, that reminds me. I've anonymized the follower alert on screen. I will now only say people's name out loud if they have also chatted. I think is the way to go. Makes following a bit more lurker friendly. Someone who, like, my calling out the name is because of my way of expression of gratitude. I feel like saying a person's name can be a part of that. That's my way of thinking, but if that makes it so that people are less inclined to follow or makes them feel shy and called out, then alright. No more. We do it like this now. Interesting idea. I think I like it. Yeah. There are other streamers that I follow, and tune into who have their alerts set to anonymous, or at least their follow ones, because you can't anonymize the... At least maybe you can? I guess I can anonymize subscriptions as well, but... I don't know, if people feel... I don't know. Let's see how follow goes first. And killing the habit of saying people's names as part of the thank you for the follow. Keep it to just those words. Thank you for the follow. And only address them if they are saying something in chat. Very much gonna need my timing chart for these 2 frames. And people, oh, welcome. Hope you're good. You're having a good Saturday. One of these was for something else. I do not recall. It's a very early day, but nothing on my schedule, so it's nice. Ah, hell yeah. Free Saturday all to yourself. Fuck yeah. Right. I think I'm gonna take a quick little BRB to make a cup of tea as fast as I can. Because I'm getting a little, and I need a little bit of beverage with a little bit of caffeine, but not too much chie. Has it worked in Courage? No, I did not. That's just a reanimated collaboration, I'm afraid. Sorry. That was a reanimated collab from back in 2019. Oh, 6 years it's been since that little reanimated collab. Oof. So cool. Yeah, the whole thing is up on YouTube. I think I had the longest shot or second longest shot. And I went all in on that fucker in terms of the skill that I had at the time. And that's how I got on Hell of a Boss. Yay. Back in the day. I'm gonna let this thing loop, I think, with a written Ruby. The note popping in as well. Funny. Smiley face. Alright, I'm gonna be back in like 5 minutes? Something like that. Need to turn the kettle on and get that stuff going. Be back in a bit. Maybe go stretch yourself, hydrate, take your meds if you've got any to take, all that self-care. Be back soon. I'm back. With tea. In a kettle that I put way too much water in. Oops. Someone remind me to take a sip of tea in like, let's say 12 minutes, because this mug is pretty large. I do not feel like burning my tongue on stream. Which I know, shocker. People don't want to burn their tongues, I know. What's the world come to? This was also thinking during the BRB, about what I'll be doing after I finish up this thing. If there's still time left on stream, I may just call it a little bit earlier today, I think. Feeling ippy. Don't think the tea will do the trick. Quite. I'm better off just calling it early today. Better to do a little stream than no stream at all, looks at yesterday. I had valid reason to not go live yesterday. Not in a good mood at all. Large mug, that's right. I still have not acquired one of my own Mishka mugs. No. Terrible. You're allowed to rest when you want to? I am. Yeah. Maybe some video game bangers will wake me up a bit more. This old playlist again. It is the weekend after all, right? It could still take, like, rest of stream. Who knows, because we are just under 2 hours in. Now we're getting into the nitty-gritty. Little changes. Which bring their own sets of challenges. This has very twerp vibes. A band that frequently works with and collabs with NSP. I love scrolling Tumblr and clicking report ad and selecting I see this ad too much on every AI ad. Very fun. Oh god, gross. Adblock still works on Tumblr on desktop. I don't really frequent Tumblr that much anymore these days. I think I'm even behind on like a couple posts. Art posts, that is. It's not what it used to be. And on mobile, yeah, there's no avoiding ads on the mobile version of Tumblr. Yeah, I've seen some weird AI generated ads. Sometimes. I think the most recent one I saw was about like an investment company and clearly using AI generated people in there, like, look at all these happy customers that we have, and it's like, no, these are AI. I can tell from the stink, because they have this like weird, like, it's a moving photo feel to them, right? And it's so clearly AI. You might have developed an ad blindness on mobile Tumblr. Ooh. Yeah, Tumblr has had some weird ads. And because of my like habits for like working out and nutrition and all that stuff, I sometimes get dieting ads, and I saw someone or one that's just, it completely doesn't make any fucking sense, and the text on it was like, try the water diet, and I'm like, that sounds no. And the image they used was of a hand, which is already like, that will be the very first dead giveaway of something being AI or not, if that hand looks fucked up, which, holy shit, does it look fucked up. Holding a glass of water, but it's like the fingers are both stretched out but curling around if you're like looking through the glass of water that the AI generated is bad. A lot of nonsensical like dieting ads that are so fucking toxic and just bad. It's no good. So predatory. I know what they are, my brain just blanks them out, yeah. Probably for the best. Tumblr used to be a lot of fun back in the day, for me at least. I don't know about other people. I feel like a lot of non-Tumblr users back in the day were like, man, Tumblr's so bad, and I'm just over there like, hee hee, I'm having a great time on this blue site. On this one. And then the Tumblr apocalypse happened because of policy changes, which are surprisingly similar right now in other social places. And just the online spaces in general. And everyone started moving to Twitter, and I had a Twitter already before that Tumblr apocalypse shit happened. I remember people on Twitter back in those days, before the apocalypse, being like, man, Tumblr's so bad. I'm just sat over there like, no, it's really not that bad. It's really just about like who you follow. Same-ish with Twitter, but I felt like you're more likely to see not great stuff on Twitter than I was on Tumblr personally. A more recent user helps me find interesting artists, and it's really cool how you can get a longer form too. I like tabletop RPGs and culture talks, so I like getting my long posts from Tumblr. Yeah, that's what Tumblr's very good for. I just forget to post to Tumblr as well these days. Do I have my Tumblr linked in my card? Even? Oh, I don't know if I do. I do, okay, but it's like the last social that I link on there. I need to make a nicer layout for my card page. Some people have made like really like thorough websites almost out of their card pages. This is crazy. I usually wouldn't be cutting lines now already, but I don't think I'll be duplicating these. Fish cat. Already. Dang. It's only the second time today, though. Unless you count the one during the starting soon screen, then I guess it's 3. Did we get to drink tea? You're right! Has it been 10 minutes already? Shit. Hang on, let me get this nose. This is how it happens. Like, just one more thing. One more thing. One more thing. Because now I'm over here like, let me just get this thing too, lol. And so it goes, and suddenly the tea is cold. I think it may be a little bit too hot still. Having a little feel. Oh yeah, no, that's too hot. I'm giving a good blow. A good blow. Pull it down. Yeah, no, I don't even need to put this stuff to my lips to know that's still way too high in temperature for me. Needs another 5 minutes, I think. It should have been cold enough by now. We're already 17 minutes into this music. I definitely put that on after I got back from my tea making. The heck. Extra scalding tea today. Just barely. Just barely. Little sips at a time. To not burn everything. Tea spilled. I mean, I already spilled the tea with the hair. So sad. Also, thank you again, Ezra, for the coffee earlier. Lingering mouthwash is making my coffee taste like minty, but not even in a bad way. Tea was a good idea? Yeah. It's a nice thing to have right now. Hopefully the hair revision will help. Gods, I hope. I will have to probably mention up front, or at least probably to save this moment to say up front, like, I'm also considering hair extensions, maybe? It'll be a bit of a consultation and thing to do. At least it needs to be evened out and cared for. I'm just not sure how much extending hair extensions can actually do, because when I look it up, it's more like people just make their hair look fuller rather than longer. Well, fuller would also be nice. I need it to be longer first and foremost. Or want it. Really badly. For my self-image. Just depends on, like, aftercare and such. Just to get me through, like, the next half year. Hopefully, at least, bare minimum. My hair's too long is cutting it, giving up. Sunk cost fallacy. It is worth it to at least get the dead ends cut off, or split ends cut off. Eventually that shit just will happen. And hair will have the illusion of no longer growing because of breakage, which is more likely to happen if ends are split. Hence was the reason behind my haircut last Thursday. And then they overshot it by like 3 times the amount the person held up. Originally. An autobiographical haiku that seemed relevant. Oh yeah, I see it now. My hair is too long. Is cutting it giving up? Sunk cost fallacy. I see now, yes. I don't recognize haikus when I see them. Teehee. I need to get a haircut set up for myself soon. It's starting to brush the back of my neck and be too long around the ears. Ah, the awkward length. Or at least it wasn't for me when I had short hair. I've had it to pixie length, short levels of short. Like, inspired by Jade from Beyond Good and Evil levels of short. Was the reasoning behind getting it that far. And then you decide at some point, I'm gonna grow it long again, and you get to grow through an awkward phase. Ugh. I just hope I don't have to buy, like, too many hair products. I already have a dry shampoo and hair oil. I heard something about hair refresher, which is a new kind of product, and it's something I probably will have to get if I go for extensions. Because the advice I heard is you don't wash your hair more than once a week if you have extensions, and I'm over here like, I'm on twice a week, which is already an accomplishment for me. How the fuck am I gonna do once a week? And there are ways. I'll also have to air dry it, as opposed to use a hair dryer. According to the video I watched about caring for hair after extensions. If I'm gonna get those, but it's good to be informed with that kind of stuff, I think. Considering it's not a cheap thing to do. It's not a little amount of money. But right now it's a matter of like making sure I don't hate what I see in the mirror too much for the next couple months. Try to turn it around. Move, boob. Move, boob. Boob detached from body. It's similar haircut experience as a kid. I always had semi-long hair. My parents hated it because they thought it looked girly. One day when I asked for a trim, they, like normal, the stylist just cut 90% off of it. Made a turbo mask and it never grew back to nearly the same length. To this day, I kind of suspect my parents secretly asked him to do it. That's still fucked up of the hairdresser to do, though. The hairdresser, if they had an ounce of dignity and self-respect, would have been like, no? You guys are not the people whose hair I'm cutting over here. You will not be the ones living with the look. And the self-reflection. Awful. I'm so sorry, Flexi. That's absolute dog shit. The amount they cut off makes it hard for me to believe they weren't asked to do it. Yeah, no. Man. That's terrible. I'm sorry you went through that. That should not have happened to you. Shouldn't happen to anyone. Let me ask what state are you from? I'm from the state of Mind Your Business, Dominic. I'm from the state of Mind. How's your Saturday, Dominic? Shame would have come to accept I probably would have lost it by now anyways. Genetics were not kind to my hair. Aw, man. Still, you should have had the experience with your hair. The way you wanted it to be. That shit's your agency. Or it should have been. Doing a personal drawing, cozy day to day? Hell yeah. Let's say I understand how impactful the kind of experience can be. And 2 more in your hair, Curzec, yeah. Yeah, it's not just hair. Like, yes, it'll grow back, but man. Man. It's literally just such a big part of self-expression. And the trust you put in others to take care of it when you ask them to, and, you know, give them money to. That feel when balding? I should be a VTuber? You can be. If you wanna. Or I've done similar. When I asked for a short haircut, then they told the stylist to cut off less, but that's definitely worse. That's no good either. It sucks to have such a major part of your self-expression controlled by someone else. Agreed. I'm glad to have a lot more control as an adult. Yeah. That still should have been yours to decide, though. Hi, Uniswin. Hope you're having a good one. I can't control everything, conditions of living in their house, but a lot of things are mine to decide now that I can pay for them. Well, do as I damn well please. 3 more frames. Seems like. Guess I'm gonna feel like cutting some lines for a little bit. Very therapeutic. Nice and zen, just like la la la. It is tea time. Now it should be well drinkable without much hurt. Well, okay, I need to zoom in, which means I need to put down the mug. Excuse me? Oh, it's because. Oh, for a second I thought my frame was somehow emptied out. Oh god. No, the peg was just turned on. Ugh. Whoa. I had me a frighten. It has happened in the past that I accidentally did it wrong with any copy pasting of information from one frame to another. because of the way Toon Boom works. Very fun to lose like hours of progress. Hydration check, thank you. Yes, I should be finishing this tea, huh? God, that didn't happen this time? Yeah. Would have been super annoying. The first time that happened was on the job though, so oops. And colleagues were like, yeah, we have all been there in that software. Like, great. It can be a cool feature, like the reason why that can happen. But we say frequently, I have just now. Because the reason that's a thing is because it makes it easier to like repeat certain frames. Because every frame is more like an instance. There's like little numbers here, right? 1 it says over here, and then this one says 8, 9, 10, etc. This one's 2, because I made this 1 second. Let's say I, for some reason, wanted this one to be 8. I would only need to do copy here, and then paste there, and then bam, it becomes that same instance, or I can change this number to 8. And now it's that. So it makes it easy for copy-pasty, loopy stuff. But comes with the risk of losing progress. If you happen to be hovering around, like if you were copy-pasting a selection over here, but your cursor is over here with this, like, you see how there's a red line appearing on then over here on this interface and then over here in the drawing screen. If you're over here wanting to copy paste, but you're accidentally hovering a little bit lower here, then then that shit happens. Is studio manager usually done as a remote position? Not always. My first job within the Netherlands and it was for a Dutch studio did want us to come into the studio. And so I did. But then, you know, the panini happened. And it all became work from home. And I tried to push that for as much as I could because not just because of like ill germs, which I very much ill germs, especially during pandemic, imagine. But also just it saves time on my life. All that commuting really adds up in a week. Didn't have to worry about that when I was working from home. I quite like working from home. Not for everyone. And the studio at some point really was like, hey, so things are a bit more safe now. You should come to the studio. And I'm like, I'm very like I have an hour and a half of commute in which I can bring all kinds of germs and viruses with me. Working from home pretty? Yeah, I think so too. I love working from home. Just because I'm so fucking done with commuting, dude. I've commuted so many hours, days, weeks, months of my life. Enough. I am just as productive, if not more productive, when I'm from home. For the job and just my general life. Touch transportation is one of the best, yeah, but yeah, I don't want to ride a train to Amsterdam. Guess where I had to go to? Ha! I think like my shortest commute from door to door in my life has been an hour for both work and school and colleges. College, I guess, specifically. When public transport was required. bare minimum was an hour. And often a little bit over half an hour, close to 2. And if you have to do that one way and then another way on one day, that's bam. Easily 3 hours down a drain. You have to do that 5 times a week. That's 15 hours. All the stuff you can do in those hours. And I try to be somewhat, like, productive during commute, because that's at least a nice part of public transportation, right? I'm not the one driving the car. If I were to commute by car, I can at least do some stuff, like catch up on emails, maybe draw a little bit, play a video game on the go that I've recently acquired for some kind of handheld. But at some point, it's just like, I'd rather just spend that hour and a half on stuff I can do at home. Like nowadays, I can spend that hour and a half going to the gym and work on my health and longevity. Because my sessions tend to last an hour and a half. Hi, Draco. How you doing? Speaking of workout, just finished your run? Hell yeah. I'm just over here doing cleanup. I had a leg day this morning. Usually keep Saturday mornings for a long walk. I skipped workouts in the last 2 days, so now I'm catching up. Or making up for it, at least. My legs. Free time should be pay time, IMO, especially if you could work from home. Not only is this fair to the time you sacrifice, but it would reduce the demand on city rent and make living near work less of a luxury to begin with. Yeah, would be nice. God, I have seen in the past, like, some, like, obviously bosses and managers suggesting that during people's commute they could be working. Or should maybe even be working. Not sure whether they said could or should. And immediately employers were like, oh, so you're gonna pay us during those hours, right? Because those are work hours. No, they weren't ready to do that quite just yet. They were just merely heavily suggesting that people should do work hours outside of work hours because they're already on their way to work. Nah. You commute just 45 to 60 minutes driving my car, so I can't work on anything during that time. Oof, yeah. Heavily suggesting them to stop those shenanigans, yeah. Yeah, heavily suggesting to shut. Never work outside your office hours. You're just gonna screw yourself over and potentially your colleagues. Because they're like, oh, you worked outside of your office hours, like outside of these registered hours. Well, they don't see that. but they were demanding you get stuff done within a certain amount of time, and they make it look, or it makes it look like you did. And then they're like, oh, you can do that faster. Hey, let's try a little bit shorter next time. And I guess shorter and shorter and shorter and shorter the amount of time that you are given for those tasks. To the point where it becomes undoable. So never work outside your work hours. It's up to 2 hours for each shift just driving. Ugh. I've sort of been there. I've never had to drive that long or at all for work. This is the one thing I tell people from my time in corporate. Yeah, hi Nico. Don't work for free. Never work for free. Work according to your contract. And if they're like, man, but you used to do this and this and this. Yeah, but it's not in my contract, so... I did that kind of stuff out of potentially niceness and then necessity. And oh, look. Looks like someone deserves a bit more compensation for the amount of work and knowledge that they do and have. And also use the bathroom while clocked in. Yeah, what's it saying again? My boss makes $1, I make a dime. That's why I poop on company time? Uh-huh. That's it. Hang on. It's the last 2 sips of tea, maybe 3. Huh. Tea consumed. cleanup is taking surprisingly longer than I thought it would. Thought I'd be done by now, but I guess because it's full body stuff. Takes a little longer. No shame in taking your time on it. It's gonna look great. I hope so. Just going at it at my own pace for sure, yeah. Tis a slow Saturday. Next week's schedule is going to look a little different. It's still gonna be 4 days, but it's gonna be streams on Monday, Tuesday, and then Thursday, Friday. I've got a couple appointments on Wednesday, one in the middle of the afternoon where it's like I would be streaming at that time, so yeah. Would have maybe looked into moving that appointment had it not been for the fact that if I would, it would be moved to like a month from now, and I don't want that. Actually. No need to rush, yeah. It's the niceness of making your own things. You can kind of decide your own pace. I'm better off drawing. Here, I think. Alright, just the hair. Put that in place. And let's frame at least the lines in position. I'm not gonna cut just yet on this frame. I don't think. Two more frames! Oh my god! And they're very, like, nudgy in-betweeny frames. Actually, I should get this one. I'm gonna be favoring the green frame. And I gotta figure out the text, and then put a green screen that I can chroma key out in OBS. Hola Ale, ¿cómo estás? How's it going? Ha! I asked you first! In questionable Spanish. Bien, bien. Yeah, slowly working away at this today. Really the only thing I'm gonna be doing if I end up finishing this before my usual 5 hours. I'm gonna call it a little earlier. You said it well? Doubt. Convincing enough, maybe. I don't know. Maybe not even convincing. Understandable enough? Would tell you if you didn't. Please do. That's pretty good. This is a powerful emote post. It's not going to be an emote. It's going to be a little thing for on screen when someone's like, wait, American? I thought you were American? And I'm like, nope, I am Dutch. Running joke. Occurring, well, not even a running joke. A common occurrence. Occurring so commonly. They were like, fuck it. We're making funny insurance over here. Without making it seem like I'm making fun of the person who may be like, wait, you're not American? Because that will never be the intention of this thing. Like, I kinda get it. But at the same time, if you scroll down a little bit further down on my Twitch page, you'll see I'm Netherlands-based at the very least. This is to no fault of the person who ended up emailing me about this, but like a few months ago, I had an email from someone who was wanting to organize a charity stream event on Twitch for US veterans, and they invited me to be a part of it, and I never responded to it because internally I'm like, how am I going to tell them that a charity like that may not necessarily be a thing for me? Like, it's a good cause, but I don't think you may be thinking I'm American. Maybe I'm not. I didn't want to assume. I didn't know how to phrase it. So I never replied. And to the person who did that, if you end up hearing this, I'm sorry. I'm not American, and I don't know about being a part of a charity like that. Again, good cause, but I'm not sure. I'm not. No, I don't know. English and arty sounds very American. If I didn't know any better, yeah, that's probably what happens. It's all that chronically online living. It's very America-centered. I make a habit of not assuming where anyone's from unless they mentioned it and write it somewhere. Yeah, I do too. And if I'm like suspecting someone I hear may be Dutch, I'm gonna look around on any pages they may have and see if it says it anywhere. And if it doesn't, then I'm like, I guess I won't know. But sometimes some people have that stink, for lack of a better word, to the way they pronounce stuff. Not stink derogatory, obviously. It's a funny way of putting it. And sometimes I do find that, yes, somewhere they mention that they are Dutch or from the Netherlands, and I'm like, I fucking heard it! I knew it! I like subconsciously guess at some point with folks online, but in person I don't guess it at all. And I'm always happy to hear where anyone's from, even within the US. Yeah. There's a certain accent of Spanish I'll hear and then go, another Mexican? Like a prairie dog peeping up in the field to spot things? Oh. Yeah, my ignorant ears can't tell region differences apart very well in languages that aren't Dutch. Like in Dutch I can tell, but I guess in UK English I can tell a slight difference. I wouldn't know where exactly, but I do know there's a big difference throughout the country of at least England. But other languages? Uh-uh. the most subtle of in-betweens over here. Get excited to find my gente. That sounds like a different word if I am not being careful there. Thank you, internet, for poisoning the mind. Yeah, Ezra, you get it. Whoa. Not that word. No, 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 no. Completely different language, too. Good old internet brain rot. Final frame! Whoa! Whoa! Hentis, people. That's capital D different. Mm-hmm. Well, the concept of mi gente is a cultural thing that's stronger than the English phrase my people. Mi gente is like a little more family feeling leaning. Aww. Not quite mi familia, but yeah. English, weird language. Is this last emote? It's not an emote! It's something that will play on screen if someone in chat is like, wait, you're not American. And I'll slide in and reveal text here that says, I am Dutch. This would be way too detailed for an emote. There would be no fingies if it was an emote. It would also not be 1080p. But I'm almost done. This is the last frame for cleanup. I made a great short clip. If someone were to trigger this, then hopefully I'm ready. Doing great, thank you. Almost there. May have. Could feed the screaming cat beast. Oh, creature. Snowflake, welcome in. Good to meet you too. Hope you're having a good one. Notice I missed nudging a line on the previous frame. It happens. More subtle stuff here. Art looks wonderful. What program to use? Right now I'm using Tomb Harmony. Also, thank you, by the way, for the kind words. Very cool of you. Appreciate. Right now I'm working in Tomb Harmony for animation and cleanup purposes. For actual still drawing stuff, I use Clip Studio Paint version 2, and I think the cheaper version. I'm always confused whether that one's the Pro or the Expert. I think it's the Pro. I think Pro. I don't need to cough up extra money for a third animation software. I also work in a software program, animation program called TV Paint. Maybe a bit excessive. Unless something like of a job comes up where it's like, hey, can you make this in Clip Exclusive or Expert? And look into getting a license. Yeah, Tomb Harmony right now. Advanced version 22. Even though 24 is out, but I haven't bothered. Silly instead of wanting to spend a ton of money, I've been using Fire Alpaca because it's free, yeah! We love the fact that there's free alternatives out there these days that are seemingly decent. They get the job done. I've never worked in Fire Alpaca myself. I do think, like, years ago, people would do line art and stuff in there because it had line smoothing and it was a free program. And that was a feature that wasn't as prevalent in other softwares yet that people use for drawing. So that's cool. Also heard Krita is pretty fucking solid for another free art software option. Also allows for animation. Love to see it. Was that the last thing I needed to nudge? I think so. Alright. Time to save and go to cut all these excess lines. At least close that mess up there. And that's the line art for Has-Been Hotel on the top corner. This might be a dumb question, but did you happen to have a hand in the show itself, or are you just a fan? I didn't work on Has-Been, but I did work on Hell of a Boss as a rough animator only. I've been on Hell of a since the pilot, and then a couple episodes in both season 1 and 2. Very cool, yeah! A lot of fun stuff to work on that production. Harmony did a little think there, like, uh-oh, is it about to crash? So Harmony rarely crashes on me, knock on wood. Time for memes. Oh no, I mentioned software rarely ever crashing on a stream! Cut to future me later in the stream in like 5 minutes from now, like, oh no, it happened. I willed it into existence. Kind of, not really. Nobody ever wills software crashing into existence. I don't think. Unless you're like stress testing? Maybe? I don't know. Never will crashing into existence. You got it! I'll try not to. Hi Firecat, how you doing? Welcome in. Hope you're having a good weekend so far. Thanks for the follow, Snowflake. Appreciate. Coloring is gonna be so quick. Maybe with some little hiccups here and there, but we'll see. I should have copy-pasted the lines from this key until here, until after I did the cut, with the exception of the hair. Oh well. Oh no, more Zen line cutting. Oh, tragic. Slightly double work, but it's only for me. So it's fine. I think that's the last flat edge. Nope. Here's one flat edge for me. I need to change the cutting style depending on what's being cut. Anything that crosses over needs a flat edge. And anything that connects like these kind of corners will need a rounded out cut. I have a very hard time drawing anything that is not squishy and cute even when it's meant to be scary. Any advice? Straights against curves is something I think about a lot when drawing. And I think scary stuff will likely be more angular than squishy. Squishy is very, to me that sounds very rounded. Thanks for the follow. So, squishy is often soft and round and gentle, and if you want scarier stuff, then try more angular shapes. Push around with perspective and make the things approach and twist in devious ways, which is a very ambiguous way to describe it. It's finding around and searching. Art can be a bit of a puzzle for me. Like figuring out what's the most effective way to do something that I am able to do with the knowledge that I have. Gather some research of things that you think look scary and do little studies, I would say. Because really right now for me the first thing that comes to mind is sharper shapes. The Bounce Mouse, thank you. Hey, how are you doing? Welcome in. Thanks for the follow earlier. My mom convinced me to remodel my room in the basement. It's small and crowded, and she's right. Alright. Can be nice to rearrange. Maybe freshen up the place a little bit if you have the space to rearrange. I cannot do anything else with my space. I already have a chair in the corner that's actually not quite a corner. It's the door to my balcony that is pretty much blocked off at all times. So, whoops. But yeah, if you're trying to do something new, always look up pictures and pieces of art that you want to replicate in essence. I would call it, I suppose. Obviously, do not plagiarize. But it's alright to look at art and be like, ooh, I like how this art does this. I'm going to try and incorporate that in my own piece. Give it your own funky little twists. Rearranging my space has been a nice, has been a week-long staycation. Yeah! You've been messing about and freshening up the place. I don't think it'll ever hurt to, like, put a mood board together of a vibe you're trying to achieve in your art. Hi there, I'm D, Bounce Mouse, and I am so happy I found your stream kinda on accident, but by the looks of it, it's pretty cool. What are you working on right now? I am currently working on a little animation that I'll be summoning onto screen. In the event that someone in chat is like, wait, aren't you American? Based on how I speak, I'm assuming is how that tends to happen. Because no, I am in fact not American. And this has happened so many times, and I'm like, alright, I'm going the hard way. I'm making a funny little animation where I'm just sliding on screen and there will be text appearing above my head that says I am Dutch. Because it's such a common occurrence that we can make a bit out of it. In a hopefully inoffensive way, because I don't want to think I'm making fun of anyone who may end up thinking that. Even like kind words, by the way. Very nice of you. I am wondering now, because she's saying you're stumbled upon here on accident. How, what did that accident look like? We're now browsing the art category. You're also in Europe? European. That's amazing, yeah. I was definitely like thinking for a good while, like, am I gonna make this a still image, or am I, as an animator, like that's kind of my brand and bread and butter, am I gonna have to go the whole way and make an animated thing? And yeah, conclusion is yes, I'm gonna make a whole thing out of it. I started on the animation on the last stream. And I'll be finishing it up today from the looks of it. This is the last stream I think I'm doing the line excess cutting for. I think I got all the other ones. We're gonna get a final little check on everything, if everything is cut right. Oh, was that it? Oh, yeah, see this kind of stuff. Sent to back. Arm goes over the glasses here. I like to draw that kind of information in there anyway. Oh! Boop boop. Hand drawn, baby! The movement, I love it. Oh, thank you! I was looking at Greg's channel and it recommended you. Yeah, Greg's a good friend of mine. Fellow hell of a animator. Assuming you mean Gregzilla. Well, thanks for checking me out. Fell into a pit and clicked on a hyperlink on the way down. Oh shit. Oh hey, Animate, how you doing? Welcome in. You need a bigger space to work on animation and cosplays while having a cozy spot to sleep in? Yeah. Make sure that stuff's nice and separated. Don't make your sleeping zone also your working zone. That would not work for me. Even if I, like, crawl into bed to play on my Switch, I will get eepy so quickly. I'm like, I'm gonna need a nap. And that can, like, happen as fast as, like, 30 minutes. Helva brought you to Gregzilla? Yeah! Greg is a good bean. Good to know. Yeah, that's just how it works for me, personally. Hydration check, thank you. Had a whole mug of tea. One of the most hydrated streams in Curzec history, probably, due to that. The tea was already finished. We love hydration. I'm one juicy streamer. Alright. Hey Curzec, LMIO, what? You would prefer it I said I'm one hell of a soggy streamer? Would that have been better? I think that would have been worse. Between the two options, I think juicy is better. You know, yeah, see? See? I picked the lesser evil. I also animate and was wondering when I will find more Helva artists, especially on this side of the globe. Yeah! I think I'm one of the few animators from Europe that has worked on Helva. Actually don't know anyone. Well, I think Katie? Cattynet? I'm not quite sure how her name is pronounced. She is from Europe. There's one lady. One of the effects leads is, I think, in Ireland. Oh no, it's not a closed shape. Oh no, I can't feel it. There we go. So big fan of hers too. Sorry for crushing so much. It's okay. We're all just people in the end. Sopping would arguably have been worse. Sopping, soggy. Both are. Yeah. Yeah, no, you're right. Sopping is worse. Hi, TS. How you doing? But I actually got excited. I'd love to hang out with you here sometimes. Yeah, I stream here 4 days a week usually. This week was a little different. I'm currently still able to stream that much until I have to do some freelancing again later this year. I'll still try to stream during all that, but it won't be as frequent or as long. So I am taking the chance and time while I have it because I like streaming. Love to do it full time, but it's a pretty steep curve, unfortunately, for artists to be full-time streaming. For any new folks listening, I have a community Discord, but it comes with little asterisks. Yes, it is a community, but you don't unlock the community aspects of it until you redeem the full Discord access redeem here on Twitch with channel points for 15,000 channel points. And this is due to, this is my way of protecting the community from bots and spammers and people that just want to cause mischief. This is a bit of a way to filter out people. You can still view resources for free and all that stuff, and a couple of other channels that I've seen that I've left visible for everyone. But in terms of like leaving chats, messages, and such, that is not until you redeem full Discord access. Community Discord, but hey now, hey. Aw. If the closed captions use that but instead of the singular T. Yeah, the server is safe for work as well. 18 plus only. I can't and won't verify your age. That's just not up to me, and if any community Discord ever asks of, like, identification, fucking run. Apparently that's a thing, as fucking shady, dude. Are you still with Spindle Horse or not anymore? I hop in, like, in the past, I've hopped in and out. I've been able to be like, yo, can I work on some shots for a little bit? And they're like, yeah, here you go. I'm like, cool. Thank you. I dip in and out when I can and have the time. I have thankfully been able to do those things with them. I've been pretty busy with non-spinnable horse work as well in the last few years. Oh, I'm just now noticing. There we go. And gray front. Let me do a quick little check on all of this kind of arranging stuff. Make sure everything is overlapping with the right things. Here too. Front. Okay. Use Clip Studio to draw everything, then animate in this program? Nope, I do rough animation in this software as well. But still, character illustrations I do in Clip. And hi, Speedstar, how you doing? Thank you for the music request. I'll check it out after a stream. I've made this habit, unfortunately, for better or for worse, maybe, I'm not sure, of letting them build up for a little bit and then doing a bunch of them at once. Oh, was that the last one? Oh, alright. Dutch. Is there a lot of animation work in Europe? I'm guessing it depends, of course. It has been rough over here in Europe as well, in terms of work and availability. It is a very, for me, personally, I can't speak for anyone else, for me it's been very much a case of like, network and people that I know and have reached out to and worked along with in the past when it comes to having employment. I've mostly, for the longest stretches, I've worked for European clients. I've done smaller jobs for people all over the world. But yeah, it's animation, I think, in general, is just very heavily reliant on who you know when it comes to staying employed. Or getting any at all. Very much I advise that people put their stuff out there and get in touch with other people and fellow animators. And anyone is always trying to... how do I put this? Other animators are not your competition. They are your colleagues. So just be a decent human being and be good to work with. Animation skill is one thing. Yep, communication also super important. Are you going to add eyes or just make your glasses an anime shine effect? They are going to remain empty. It looks a little funky, but in this final frame, I just think it looks best without eyes right now. Or word to do with. It looks a little... I don't know, it looks a little bit more intimidating. It looks a bit more dead than without, oddly enough. It looks more chill. It's strange. At least that's how I see it personally in this case. Been trying to contact another animation peeps? Yeah. If you've gone to animation college, your classmates are also not your competition. They are your future colleagues. This community is so absent in my location. Yeah, I don't... Well, I accidentally know one other animator in the city that I live in, and she was a colleague of mine in my last long-term gig, so... And that's by pure fucking coinkydink, we just happen to be living in the same city. As far as I know, there's not really an animation community where I live. But it's a nice place to live, I think. I'm liking it here. Alright. Time for text! This looks so cool, thank you. How do you stay in touch with other colleagues? I don't. I have not been in regular contact with past colleagues outside of our work. Because adult life, very busy. Everyone has their own little things going on in life, obviously. We all live very far apart, so meeting up is also kind of tough to do sometimes. There are initiatives, but we're just adults living busy lives, man. Your best bet is online, but not everyone is as online as I am. I've got plenty of online friends who are animators, but they live all over the fucking world. But at least I know them. Going to Rotterdam Animation World soonish? You mean the one on September 4th? Yeah. Alright, I'll see you there. I'm also going there. Hopefully by then my hair has been fixed. Cry. As I twirl my hand, my finger through what little remains. Fixed? Oh yeah, Ale, have you not seen? Have you not heard the woes? Hey Ale, and anyone who's not heard it yet today, I went to get a haircut on Thursday. Just enough was the intention for split end removal. Only just enough to get split ends removed. A month ago, it looked like this length. Oh no! Oh no! Yep. Not only was there way too much removed, like he held up an amount of like, yes, I agree to have this removed, and cut off nearly 3 times as much! It's a little uneven. Yeah. I have sobbed several times. And I am avoiding my own reflection. So, yeah, that's a shit job! So, on Monday morning, I am going to a different hair salon to be like, please help. And I'm even going so far as to consider hair extensions. Who allowed them to have scissors? I don't know. During the appointment, like, it was my first time there. I think I figured, oh, I'm gonna give this hair salon a chance to, you know, do something as seemingly what I would think would be probably one of the easier things to do haircut wise, like just getting rid of enough hair to get rid of split ends. He said during the appointment that he's been cutting since 2012. So 13 years of experience, and you go from this to this. Bro. So yeah, that's the reason why I wasn't streaming yesterday, because I was still that upset from the haircut on Thursday. How do you fuck up a trim? By holding up an amount of hair and deciding somewhere along the line, no, trust me, as he proceeds to cut off nearly 3 times as much. My question is, experience doing what? I know! Ugh. So yeah, I've been very fucked up from it. I'm not gonna lie. It's not just hair. It will grow back, but until then I am potentially stuck with a reflection that is not to my liking, shall we say. I can trim my own hair. I'm gonna look into trimming my own hair, honestly. I'm so fucking done. I've had meh haircuts. I've never had this. Filter in Big Shot. Ooh, it's probably in there in like a bigger mix. I can see if I can add it separately. Maybe. How you doing, Eva Conquer? You know, I get it. I'm glad you gave yourself some space to process it. It's not even necessarily giving me space. If it were up to me, I would have gone yesterday to a hairdresser. But it's appointment based, so. And they were booked until Monday morning earliest. I support the idea. I taught my boyfriend to cut mine. Oh, shit. That's very handy. Yeah, I'm all by myself, so I'm gonna have to do it my way. With my own hands. I waited 13 days, not years. Yeah, I know, right? Gotta teach Mishka how to trim your hair. Mishka! Oh, she's still behind me. Oh, I pet head. Just can't find one this season in cutting hair, yeah. or like within a reasonable sum of money. Because the place I'm going to get this fixed, holy shit, this is gonna be the most expensive visit to a hair salon ever for me. But if it's what it's taken to salvage my sense of self-worth and self-confidence. So yeah. Good thing is it grows back eventually. Yeah, but it's gonna take a long time for it to go back from this to that length. That's going to take over a year. So, and I only wanted ends removed, like split ends removed, so it could grow healthy again. You know, like it can grow long and healthy again, so it would be less breakage. The split ends make the hair thinner, and thin hair is more prone to breaking. I know. Wild how that works. Because the side of long hair is more difficult to manage, or I'm assuming you mean short one? I have a pretty thorough washing routine. Like, short hair will dry a lot quicker, but if you want to keep it short, you'll have to have more frequent hair salon visits, unless you do it yourself, right? Sorry, no, you're all good. They have their own challenges. I've had short hair. I've had a pixie length of hair. Pixie haircut length. It means more frequent hair salon visits to keep it up. But it will dry quickly, and that's fucking neat. You can use like hair gel and hair wax to style and have fun with it. If you feel like styling it. I am someone who doesn't really style their hair, which is going to be interesting because even before the hair disaster, I was looking into like what kind of hair I think looks nice. And there's something called the wolf haircut. Let's see if I can grab a picture. I've got a Pinterest board with like hairstyles that I like, and I think some of the recent ones are wolf cuts. But that requires styling to actually make it look like it does in the photos, and I care, but I'm also minimal maintenance, shall we say. Like, I think the picture that I'm about to pull up is wolf haircut. Like, this is nice. This is very pretty. But this requires more styling than you would think. Or at least I would think, as someone who doesn't know shit. You use coconut oil, helps to grow faster. My hair started growing a few inches a month. Ooh. You have a good face for a wolf cut. I hopefully have a better face for a wolf cut than whatever disaster is on my head right now. I'm so upset. And I may not sound like that. Like, I've been processing it for the last 48 hours, right? I am deeply upset. I'm just not crying right now. Oh, man. I mean, these people are also very pretty people in these photos. Like, I'm gonna bring up another one. It may actually be the same person, I'm not sure. But man, that's a pretty person. I was convinced Pixie will be easy to manage too. Never looks like in the photos. Pixie is just surprisingly, yeah. Surprisingly high maintenance. Man, that's a pretty person. Is this the same woman? I think, yeah, I think, pretty sure that's the same woman, actually. Looking at them now. Oh, her hair is shorter. Man. Wish I had that kind of volume in my hair. It's a lot of blow drying. And potentially also extensions to add more volume to their hair in those photos. Also, the tricky thing about shortcuts is you need a nice skull shape to really make it work. Are you relatively new to Twitch? No, I've been streaming on and off with some long hiatuses since like 2020. Sometimes I just have periods where I'm like, I can't, I am too busy, or I can't, I'm burnt out from being busy. Been around for a little bit. I've only started using a VTube Live 2D model since the beginning of this year. Up until then, I had been using a PNG tuber. Like the same one for like over 3 years. Hee hee. I want to make more Live 2D models. There was never a sale for Live 2D in the summer. I'm going to check right now. Purchase. Nope. Short hair is easy to manage on a daily basis, but it requires frequent hairstyling visits to keep it the right length. Yeah, pretty much. I look great buzz down, completely to scalp. My brother looks like the moon. Ah. You said you studied animation in your city, or misheard? Not in my city, no, but I did go to college for animation. I graduated in 2018 already. It's been a hot minute. 7 years. Sheed. Nearly 2 whole generations of like completely new students have happened. Yep, what you got? Yeah. As education, yeah, I'm solid with my experience on my college. I've heard from people that were on the same school and course before me that it wasn't that great of an experience for them, at least. It's very mixed, and colleges change over time and potentially improve. Sometimes they make weird choices. But you just make the best of it. And like a lot of learning. For me, college is, yes, you learn stuff about the field that you're about to enter. But you also have the structure and the social aspect of fellow future colleagues. And all that stuff. I'm starting to teach myself for a few years since I found out about this awesome thing, animating. Yeah. But didn't really get anywhere. Yeah, the one perk of college, at least, is providing a structure for those who very much benefit from one. If they can afford to do a college course, then it may just be a better choice for them to do. Or an online school, just anything that can provide structure. Me going to college for IT, but just doing animation because I love it? Yeah. Animation club school. Ooh. Have I heard of these? Come on, browser. I'm not sure. Have I heard of this? Courses. I have not. I'm confusing it for one that's more 3D focused. I'm looking at their samples on their website now. One-month intensive mentorship. The prices are in euro. Where are these people located? Who are these who are the mentors? I don't know any of these. Or but surely I know people who knows one of these people. Animation mentor? Maybe. Mechanics, basics, acting. I don't know about the pre one. Free animation. How much was this one? That much per month ad. It's a 3-month course. Oof. Trying to find a school I can actually afford, and they have very nice reviews. Hopefully they're worth it. Would love to hear your opinion about them. They actually have a curriculum posted. I am not familiar. Was Mishka update 4? She's currently being blocked. Hi Fritzy, how you doing? Good to see you. Mishka update is this. This is my Mishka. So ads are playing, so you may not be hearing this right now. This is my creature. She has a lot of fans, for some reason. And the Mishka update means I put up a photo that I took earlier today of my creature. That's a fine Mishka. Mishka's actually a mouse? Yeah, so I've heard. I just thought it sounded cute and could work as a name, but no, it turns out to be an actual word in another language. Oops. I'm sorry, I'm glad I asked. No, what are you sorry for? In Bulgarian? Yeah, I figured as much. And I think in Russian it's Little Bear? But yeah, she gets covered up during the ads because I have no space. Kitty! It's true, Fruitsy. How you doing? Let me give you a shit out. And by shit out, I mean shout out. Teehee. Fruitsy has a super duper cool overlay in their streams. Very interactive. You can get some custom redeems and little blobs walking around that resemble you, or are essentially your little avatar in the overlay. Thank you for the shit out. Yeah. Gotcha. Listen, I may be stupid. And as such, I say stupid shit. How did you manage to animate so many emotes? Time. Time. I actually did a bunch of them really recently. The VODs of them are up on the VOD channel. That makes sense, saying super shit's the national pastime for all Americans like Curzec. How dare you! Ban. I am American until this thing is on the screen, right? Ugh. I will never beat the allegations. Mishka's too beautiful for the world. She's having a little nibble of dry food right now. Creature. I was about to write a letter B. Turning it into Butch. I am not Butch. Yet. Could I be a Butch Dutch? A Butch Dutch? Ooh. Probably not. I'm probably too late in life. With the workout. Foreshadowing. The prophecy is true! Could be true. Maybe. I don't know. Let's see where I stand in a year from now. How well do you speak Butch, though? Protein. Shall I haven't put up I put up a photo yesterday in the food channel of something I concocted. It was supposed to be cookies, but I made the batter a bit too wet. And well, instead of cookie, I made a protein slab. Very large cookie, though it had a very cakey texture. It was fine, though. It was fine flavor-wise. And then I cut it up into smaller pieces. And then you can see the texture, like, oh yeah, that is not quite cookie texture. Curzec, what is that? It's high in protein is what it is! One appetizing slab. I liked it! I had the other half today. I had one half yesterday. It's an interesting way to get protein in a kind of snacky format. We'll try to make it again. Elven bread? Ooh. It's not that filling, unfortunately. If it's the elven bread from Lord of the Rings that I'm thinking of, then sadly, no. Not that level of filling. Is it cheating to change my handwriting? What's for dinner? Slab. What? Slab. It's not quite dinner. I would have it for dessert, maybe? Nope, not cheating. Alright. Gotta make sure the letters are roughly even in height. Didn't know Curzec was Dutch. Didn't you really? Oh man. Yes, I am Dutch. But most importantly, I am not American. Ah! It's this part of this bit creation. Don't let anyone lie to you, baking is hard. The first attempt at the mixture for yesterday's creation was even wetter, and I still have it in a cup in the fridge, and I'm like, what am I gonna do with this? It's only the PB2 that I used, which is a peanut butter powder. You only add water to it and then it becomes like a lower macro and calorie peanut butter. It's very nice. It tastes just like peanut butter. It's also very expensive. And the other thing that's in it is 0-calorie brown sugar. I would need to add some baking soda, some coconut flour, vanilla flavoring. What else went in there? But I've got these muffin trays. I could pour it in there, maybe. Let's see what happens. I'm saving that for maybe tonight, and otherwise tomorrow. The mixture of PB2 and that 0-calorie brown sugar, ooh, very yummy. May or may not have dipped me fingy in there. I'm the only one eating it anyway. It's only cheating if you change it into someone else's handwriting and then sign their checks with it. Yeah, I don't even know. I'm not sure if that's called cheating. I'm sure that's more like identity theft. And, you know, fraud. That does not have the desired effect. I would want to give this an outline of sorts because I want this text to be readable at all times. I should make it look like my closed captions, which is roughly this color. And then a white outline. The coconut flour will soak up the moisture for sure, just to add a bit more of that. Yeah. I don't know, we'll see. Just don't want to make things go to waste. Oh, I'll need to add egg to it as well. That was one of the other ingredients. That's probably... I have large eggs, and I think maybe the recipe I followed had smaller eggs. So I had even more wet, because it looked fine when I was just water of the liquid that I added. The eye is a bit short. Yeah, I agree. Huh. I am Dutch. Well, looks like we'll be spending potentially a whole stream on this thing anyways. No stopping earlier. Alright. It's fine by me. Not really in the headspace today to do something else after this for today. How would I give this an outline? Or do I like hand write underneath it? Because I want to give it like a line boil effect, so I'll be rewriting these exact letters over and over a couple times. I love line boil. Yeah. I know there's Life 2D VTuber models that have a line boil effect to them, and I'm like, I want to figure out how to do that. I don't know if I want that for 2.0, but I want to at least know how to do it. I also have a hand-drawn line boil effect on the writing on my merch pop-up. But I made that in TV Paint. Thank you. But there's only 2 frames. I think for here I want it to be 3. be assigning this to my Stream Deck and all that jazz. What was your first animation gig? You said it was wild right after graduation. The first gig wasn't wild. It was severely underpaid. For 3 weeks of full-time work, I only got 1,500 euro. Which is not freelance rates. But you know, desperation, lol. I sent out a bunch of cold emails after graduating, like, hi, I recently graduated. I know you exist. I've heard whispers of what you're working on. Hire me, lol. Some replied, most didn't. But one of the people that did reply, has been my best employer later in life in my career. They replied back to me many years later in that same email chain, like, hey, we're looking for an animator for a project. Are you available? And I'm like, yeah, I am available. That's low even for abstinence. It's criminally low. That's nah. That is not an okay compensation. 1,500 for 3 weeks. It's a nice year, and they've been the best people I have ever worked for. I literally want everyone in animation to work for people as chill as them. The worst a cold emo can get is a no response or a no. Yeah. I agree. Just be polite. Expect nothing. Not for a volunteer position, there are tons of those now, and even they are super picky. Yeah, just bear in mind that animation work is still work and should be compensated for fairly. Not minimum wage. You can earn a minimum wage job for something you didn't go to college for. And if someone's offering you work for them for exposure, no. You can make your own exposure with the time spent working on someone else's project. So why the hell would you waste your time on someone else's passion project when you could spend the time working on your own? and as such your own exposure. What if you have zero experience like me? Make your own stuff. Most YouTube animators were beginners? Yeah. All the people from the olden days, they all learn on their own. Of course, they are the ones who stood out. Like, there must have been so many that we just don't know of in this day and age. The fact that animation is not viewed as an important job is crazy because, let's be honest, not everyone can do it. It takes skill and usually a degree. The people who will cry animation is not important are people who hate culture in general. And art and animation are culture. Kids deserve good storytelling, because a lot of people conflate animation with kids media, right? Have there been stories yet of, like, parents having put on Netflix and turning on the new animated movie Fixed by Gendy Tartakovsky because, oh, it's animated, so it's probably fine for my kids. Yeah, Fixed is 18 plus. Animation does not mean kids media. And kids media deserves high quality too. Fixed is so not for kids. Yeah, because that's what happened with Sausage Party too, right? That movie came out and parents were not informed enough to learn that that was an animated movie for adults. It's just a different form of storytelling. That's what people get when they don't rate. Yep. And then they get mad at the people who make those things. Like, how dare you? Like, no. No, parent, hey, parent, hey, hey, parent, hey, hey, parent, hey, listen, hey. You fucked up. It's okay. Happens to the best of us. Not our fault. It's almost like there's a rating system for a reason. Yeah, there is, but they assume there isn't one necessary for animation. I remember similar thing happened with Pan's Labyrinth. Oh no. I love that movie. It's not for kids. Why did people think Pan's Labyrinth was for kids? Because it's so high fantasy in the trailers, maybe? I don't know. Like parents bringing their kids to hell of a convention panels. Ugh, hey, don't. Hey, parents. Hey, parents. Hey, there's like a big disclaimer at the beginning of literally every Hell of a Boss episode saying like, hey, This animation's for adults. Turn around if you're not. Read, please. We put everything there. Ugh, yikes. And that will also have an opening cause in theaters that was like, hey, if any of you have brought your kids, get the fuck out. Oh god, I hope so. What do you think of Fix? I've not seen it personally, but my friend has worked on it. There's some fun animation from what I see, like, you know, solid 2D hand-drawn animation, which is very cool to see in this day and age still from, like, big productions. It's cool that it came out after struggling to find something and someone that would publish it and broadcast it and screen it. Not yet another movie lost to the wits of the money havers. It's probably not my cup of tea. So therefore I'm not going to watch it, but I will be checking out the rough animation from the animators that I follow and happen to have worked on it. 1 in 5 American adults is functionally illiterate. Oh man. That's rough. That's really bad. Really picturing their kids a lot to digital circus panels and booths and cons, and the actors have to feel so very cautious with it. Okay, I mentioned some of the animators involved. There was Ula Loken. And I don't know the names of the people I follow on Instagram from the top of my head. I wonder if I go to Instagram right now, if the For You suggestions are immediately from these people. Instagram having a big think. I found out recently that you can in fact find your likes on Insta. Here was someone who did some... I see 2 shots from the movie on their account. This person who's got a couple of roughs on from Fixed on there. And again, keep in mind, Fix is an adult film. There's this person who has 1 shot uploaded to their account. Here is Ula, who's got a couple. I think that's the ones I've got on my timeline. Yeah, I'm gonna keep it to these for now. I wanna finish this thing before end of stream. Oh shit. God, the line smoothing. So ass. How will design emerge, or is it a question for next stream? I'll probably have it as a video source on OBS, and I have a stream deck, which is a little separate device that I can do like this kind of stuff with, and put myself back and descend and go up, and I can do this scrusty zoom with it. You can very much customize what each button does. Very, very customized. I'll probably make a button to make that scene appear. Similar to how I make this happen. Oh. What's my favorite character from Helluva? That would be Vortex. I like Vortex a lot. I got to animate him too. There he is! Oh my god, right in queue. I was very excited when I got those shots assigned. Like, oh, the boy. The good boy. Alright, one more. Why is this shit so ass? Like, what the fuck is going on here, dude? What do you do? And it's only like on this version of Harmony too where the shit happens. It's disgusting. So many anchor points. Yeah. Can't stand when words aren't wording. Uh-huh. Like, I'm keeping even pressure, but as you can see, it's deciding like, no, over here, we're gonna do it more like this, and over there, we're gonna do it more like that, actually. Yeah, that's what we're gonna be doing. Yeah. I'm like, no. Not what I want. Like, control means nothing with these fucking glitchy shenanigans. When the words don't work like they worded before, huh, sigh. How long your stream is? Usually 5 hours, so I'm actually close to wrapping up pretty soon. I thought that I was gonna get this thing done more quickly than I am. And I would have ended stream earlier had that been the case today, but looks like we're going the whole stream. The usual amount of time. I will be back on Monday at the same time as I usually start, which is about 1 p.m. my time, and it's now 5:39. Holy smokes, what's going on over here? What the fuck? I'm just gonna fucking redraw that. 5 hours? Yeah? Is that short? Is that long to you? Like, keep in mind, I am currently unemployed. Do whatever the fuck I want. Almost a workday? Yeah. I treat it as such. On the days that I don't stream, I am making shorts for my TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube. I'm gonna be putting up one on Instagram and YouTube after stream ends. I put it up on TikTok already for today. I haven't decided if I'm gonna do the TikTok ones at the same time as the Instagram and YouTube ones. I need to check my analytics to see when people are online. I'm doing it just before stream on TikTok, with the idea of like, that's when the most traffic happens, and therefore more likely for people to check out my streams. And they're like, oh, they are live right now, I'm gonna tune in. Oh, today's short's doing pretty good, hell yeah. That's the first one in over 1,000 within the stream time, fuck yeah. Someone left a comment and I can't see it because it's a photo comment and you can't see them on desktop. Yeah. Chat, hire Curzec. This isn't a suggestion. I am potentially hireable soon through VGen for character illustrations and emotes. I'm still setting it up. I can take a screenshot maybe of like what that looks like right now. I've got a list of stuff I need to do. Oh. So you can set up categories and stuff. I've set up a terms of service as well that I think should cover me well enough. I made sure to look at other people's terms of services and kind of like pick and choose and copy paste what I liked in their terms of services. But right now it's looking a little bit like this. I've got illustration, I got custom emotes, and I got YCH animated emotes. YCH meaning you're a character here. I still need to decide on which ones will make for good YCH emotes, and they'll all be based on the ones that I have. I have not done emotes for other people yet. And that will probably be the most interesting part of this emote journey if I get commissions from them. Because my emotes work because of the way I stylize them, which is unique. What rates are you as far as hiring goes? It differs very greatly. So if it's simple, for what I have now, static, no custom animated emotes, for example. I put this one here specifically that like, hey, please keep in mind that the price for animated emotes can go very quickly depending on complexity of framing, detail, and motion that is requested, is something I've written down. So base price could be 30 bucks, €3 specifically. If it's like a 2-frame thing, right, then that's pretty easily done. Monetized content and commercial merchandising are separate, so if you want to use these for subscription emotes on Twitch, that requires an additional fee of 100% of the base price. And if it gets more complex, it could go up as potentially and beyond 300, because my stuff is super hand-drawn and custom. And, you know, if an emote's gonna take me a whole day, I'm gonna charge my freelance rate. My ideal freelance rate, that is. Depends on complexity. So all my commissions will be proposal-based. They're not fixed prices. They're not surprise me. There will be communication in the meantime for like how things are looking. A lot of people do their emotes for way too cheap. I've seen some outrageously low prices where I'm like, oh gosh, you deserve more. What if I want you to animate the ceiling at the Sistine Chapel? Well, considering painting the Sistine Chapel took several years, you're gonna have to pay me a big old day rate for a long period of time. And I'm also going to need to move an accommodation sorted, which for a long-term project like that one, I would want you to sort that for me. It's still animation work, people. It needs attention. Yeah, it is a different beast compared to static, because there's the animated aspect to it, right? And also, like, every frame needs to kind of work as best as possible. I put a lot of attention in my emotes for my own channel. Hold up, calling Mr. Pope. Mr. Chicago Man? Mr. Chicago Man, hey, when are we gonna get a deep dish pizza in Italy? It's really cool. I just asked because I'm trying to work on 3 YouTube channels and a Twitch channel at the moment, wondering if I could outsource a little bit of the workload. Ooh. Hi, Michael Kennedy, welcome in. But yeah, my rates may sound maybe steep to those unfamiliar with animation rates and what should be proper animation rates. Like, I can't stress this enough. A lot of people undercharge themselves already within, like, the artist community. Animators are a special beast of undercharging themselves, and I am gonna stick to my guns. It's a lot of work to learn to animate. And I do my work good. I know what I'm doing. My cunning is Curzec being a robot from 3012, hiding with the Galactic Federation as an animator? Huh? Where's this headcanon coming from? Any plans for after work? No, because that's not going to be until... Well, if you mean my upcoming freelance thing, that's not going to be until, like, probably a year from now. 12 minutes ago? As for if you mean what I'm going to be doing after stream, I'm not sure yet. I'm going to cook dinner. I think there's some friends hanging out somewhere on some Discord. I think there's a movie happening in like 12 minutes. I don't know if I'm going to be making it. Maybe if I watch from my iPad. What's the Skeleton Man from? He is my own character. His name is Mr. Grin. He is part of a personal project that at this point, I don't know if I'll ever finish it. But man, was I hopeful to maybe make that happen one day. Wow, holy fuck, what the fuck? Gross. You don't see that shit? Ew. I believe in you. Oh, please. I never made it out of pre-production. So here's the whole lineup. I've got the lineup of the characters still in my overlay, I think. Yeah. So here's the whole lineup of characters. Part of a circus troupe, circus story with a bunch of monsters in it because I like monsters. And the one human, little Elaine. Love circus theme stuff? Yee. I don't have necessarily a big affinity for circus theme stuff. I'm not sure why I decided circus. This all started from like a flash of an imagery in my head back in 2010, I want to say, of a tall skeleton character handing over a balloon to a little girl from like bending down from the hip, like very like oddly bending down. I wonder if I have I don't think I've had the first sketch of that still within reach, unless I do, maybe. Oh, you saw the wolf character just now? She used to be white and blue. And Asmita also looked very different. Snake lady. Some stuff changes over time. Oh my gosh, imagine. Man, I should have that sketch within reach somewhere. The very first drawing. This art. Old, maybe? Should have been. But it isn't. But I do have this file called a random character. The earliest version of Mr. Grin. Not quite Ringmaster vibes just yet. Just like tall skeleton with a top hat, lol. And a big old smile on his face. And sometime in 2011, I made this drawing. Like bending down really odd. This is essentially just a recreation of the very first imagery that I had of the idea of the concept, and this I made after I made a like first chapter kind of dealio of story in Adobe Flash. I made a little Flash story, which no one can read right now, which is probably for the better, because it is shit. It's a shit story. It's no good. Not canon anymore. Very far from. Looks so cool, thank you. But yeah, I never made it out of pre-production for this project. When I tried to tackle it for my student graduation film in animation college, it first started as that interactive story thing I made back in 2011 for Game Art College, which was my first college course that I did. Great designer Val and Allie likes. Aw, I like Val a lot. I like my girl. I like my white woman, my white werewolf woman. Or technically Lycan, not werewolf. So it's like it's time for a pilot episode. Ideally, yeah. I could have gone or could go for the Kiana May route, what she did for her story. Was pleased that I want to be a magical girl. But I'm not the best. I'm not the fastest storyboarder. But I guess it would get the story out there more quickly than it would in animation. Actually, it's called a lichen in European. Oh, okay. Sorry. Listen, when someone writes actually, you cannot help but go actually, even if you mean well. I love it to pieces, but have zero clue what I want to do with them. With your own clan OCs? Ah. Love Kiana's pilot, big fan of her characters. Yeah, Kiana's great. One of them super talented individuals who seems to be able to do it all. Alright, Curzec, love seeing you doing your besties. Thank you. Thank you for hanging out. Wouldn't mind, I'm going to add you as a channel to check out on my Twitch. Aw. That's very nice of you. Thank you, Snow. Hope you have a good remainder of your day and weekend. Take care. Oh, what this looks like. It's very line boily. Kind of edit and any levels of line boil. Got some animation to do and have a good weekend too. Aw, have good luck with animating. Have a great weekend. Was having a berry smoothie that my friend bought me. I asked what its name, and they said Berry Delight, and my brain was just Berry Delight deep within. Yeah, that's a good response. I approve, Eddie. Welcome. Basically, we have JK, the quote-unquote sad clown who gets picked on by his older brother Felix, who is the quote-unquote happy clown. Both have murderous tendencies, however, JK does not hurt people. Sometimes it just happens. Meanwhile, Felix kills for people for the sheer fun of it. Oh no, murder clowns! Iconic. Cinema. Dude, I could change this text to anything I want in the future. I'll have to handwrite it, but... Dangerous. Alright, that's pure green. Very painful on the eyes, I know. But I'll need it to chroma key it. I'm gonna make that a little bit smaller so it's not as owie on the eyes for all of you. Mostly for me. So I'm going to export this actually as an MOV. What do you mean open H.264 codec is not installed? Fuck you! Yes it is! I'm like, oh, I'm clicking the button for exporting it and it's like, no, this codec don't exist. Like, what the fuck? Yes it does! I've exported so many things! Yeah, movie options are just fucking gone. Download and install the codec. God. The enshittification of everything. Okay. Everyone who's a little sensitive to that very bright green, close your eyes, look away for a little bit. Alright? I'm about to drag in the thing into OBS. Alright? Everyone look away. This was your heads up. I'm gonna count down to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now we need to fuck around with it. I don't want to play it longer than what I currently got. I need to add filter, effect filter, chroma, now color correction, chroma key, green. There we go. Oh, I should add a drop shadow. What's it meant? It is meant for me to put on screen when someone in chat assumes I'm American, which happens so often. I've decided to make this. Okay, everyone who's sensitive to the green, you can look again. Hello, Kitsune, how you doing? I'm gonna make some small tweaks. I'm gonna add a little shadow. How do you make shadows? I'm just going to draw one the way I like to. Which I tend to kind of make them hexagonal, or not even hexagonal, just like angular. As opposed to round, because I just think it's more fun. This going. This will be the shape. Lines a little thinner. It's just going to be a drop shadow, and it's not going to animate. Thought you meant on the body? No, nah. Cannot be asked. Maybe if I had Toon Boom Premium, I could have fucked around with the node view and made shadows as though I was doing compositing. But nah. Nah. You've advanced? I sure do. You don't have a node view in the version? It's a scam. Yeah, I know. No node view in the advanced version. And nothing above, I think 2.5K resolution? And no transparent GIF exporting, you know, a super basic feature. So for all my emotes that I've animated in Harmony, I've exported the PNG sequences with transparent backgrounds, and then imported those in TV Paint, and from there I export them as a GIF. Yeah. How do you feel about Harmony subscription plans? Overpriced. I was considering to join the ambassador program. I am glad I didn't, because not long after that stuff closed, they were like, hey, y'all like AI? We're gonna look at adding AI to our software, and everyone just like that. Undertale, yeah. Oh, it's already 6. Shit. Well. Okay. I wanted to extend this as well. By a fair little bit. Not like that, though. I am an enjoyer of Undertale. I have not gotten to the new Deltarune chapters yet, so please don't spoil it. Ah. Aw. Ads. All right. I'm going to make this small again. Turn on that green. And can I... I'll name it 2. Change the properties. Nope. Fucked up. Had a pec turn off. Okay. Excuse me? Still feels a little short. Hmm. All right. Hide that. That one. That. And we should send some more. 240 frames seems like a lot. That's 10 seconds. Deltarune stream? I wanna play it, but with my pursuits for partner, and this is gonna sound fucking awful to say it like this and phrase it like this. The last thing I need to reach partner is a viewer average of 75, which I don't have right now. And it will be even less if I stream video games, so I'm kind of damaging my average if I end up streaming games during this. Sadly, it'd be like that. So hi, empanadas. Hope you're good. How's your Saturday going? Saturday's going alright. I'm about to end on stream, though. I'm finishing up this thing, making sure it can be put to use. 'Do I just want to make it disappear? Because now it's just like it blinks out of existence. While I'm at it, I guess I suppose I could. Well, that may be a little long. I'm while I'm watching a movie marathon in a few hours with the theme of support the girls. Ooh. Really? You think gaming would do well on Twitch? But there's a lot of people who game on Twitch. And, like, yes, we have our own category, and every game has their own category. But overall, there's a lot more competition for gaming streams in general than there are art streams. Yeah, people know me mostly for art and are therefore more interested in my art and less so my gaming. Maybe this length may be better. It sucks that I have to think about that kind of stuff as opposed to doing what I want on stream, whether it's art or games. But sadly, that's kind of what I need to keep in mind for the time being. I'm still debating how much I should do the whole partner push thing anyway. Because of the fact that I'll be freelancing full-time soon, and I'm not quite sure how well I'll be able to make that work with streaming. I don't want to burn out again. I am Dutch. Okay, that's not the right version. Fuck you. Okay. I'm gonna have to delete this source entirely, which means I also need to redo the chroma key things, so people who are sensitive to the green, look away. Unless it's just, like, not exporting the whole thing. Fucking, it's not exporting the whole thing, you piece of shit! Well, I'm gonna have to re-import it anyway. Okay. Green sensitivity, look away. You have a couple more seconds because I fucked up the export again, as it tends to go. Alright, everyone looking away? Because it's gonna pop in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Done. It's gone. And so is the thing. Wow. Yeah, I am Dutch. Yeah, that's a good length. That's a good length for that to be on stream. On screen. I think for now. Let's replay that. I am Dutch! Hey Curzec, what are you? I am Dutch. What test bonuses do you get for being spec'd into Dutch? +1 swimming. Though class is still required. Minus endurance, because we have no hills. We live in a flat fuck country. There are no slopes and inclines. Hey Curzec, are you doing okay? I'm Dutch. It's essentially just my I am Groot. -5 sun resistance. Yeah, sunscreen definitely required. English bonus. A buff in acquiring the language, maybe? I wonder what the grades are like on average these days for English in high schools. Because we're all so online, right? Cosmetic skill training and literacy, apparently. Not everyone is as literate. We still have our interesting people, shall we say. Like, we have elections coming up without going into the details of like the stuff necessarily. And one party has put up their campaign intentions and promises and plans of like what they would do, what kind of things they want to go for if they were to win. And I was just like nodding along, like, yep, understand this, understand that. Okay, and then I read the comment section of a news article that spread the word of the plans, and Jesus Christ. A lot of angry people being very angry at very basic plans. Looking up and says something like 99%. I mean, school is mandatory here. There's very little homeschooling. For the better, in most cases. Don't read comments on political stuff. Just any news article. God. Yeah, I'm gonna hold off on mentioning those kind of things right now, because there was some recent stuff that wasn't even political. But just like, man, the comment sections on these news items and articles really show that some people just... some lights are not on. Anyway, I am Dutch. I'm gonna set this up on my stream deck off stream. And I'll give it a button somewhere. Probably I'll move my Discord buttons to another screen. You can have multiple screens on this. I got the one with 12 buttons. The medium size, not the XL one. But I can totally understand why people want the XL one, actually. Maybe in the future, if I have a much more involved VTuber model that requires a lot of toggles. That's what that would be golden for. But oh my god, thing done! Now I have all of Sunday to think about what the fuck I'm gonna do on Monday. I guess I'm gonna check out what people commented on my sneaky little post on Blue Sky, like, hey, I'm short a commission sample, show me your characters, lol. Pretty sure I know at least one character that I'm like, yes. This one shall do nicely. I'm only gonna make it a half body. Some good characters on there. Alright, well, that's it for me for today. I definitely did not expect for this to take the whole stream. Let's see who's live. Fen is still live. I thought he was wanting to wrap up around now. What's going on? I was about to wrap up stream. Tiefling Fen playing Legend of Zelda Echoes of Wisdom. We can either go to Tiefling Fen or an art streamer by the name of Honey Goblin. Who I've not raided before, and I don't think she's usually live around this time. She only just went live, but so did Fen. Oh, we'll do Fen. Both Fens are online. Space Pirate Fenrir and Tiefling Fen. We're going for Tiefling. Have a good break away from Twitch. I'll be fine. I hope to come back on Monday on stream with good news in regards to this. No, not that disaster. This disaster. God. I'm so sad. It'll be okay. God, it fucking better be with the amount of money I'm about to spend on just salvaging what I have on my head. We'll see. But yeah, thank you for hanging out. Hope it was tolerable. And I'll try to get this thing set up for use on the stream deck before the next stream. And then it's just a matter of waiting and seeing if when we get to toggle it. Unironically, I know which one of yous know what I am by now. Y'all be funny. I wanted to be used on a genuine, like, wait, you're not American. Alright. Hope y'all have a good remainder of your weekend. Good coworker vibes. I'm just gluing foam on cardboard and vice versa. Oh shit, what you fucking making? Well, you have to answer quickly before rate goes. You got half the time. It was nice to meet you. Yeah! Good to have you. Thank you for hanging. Second display shelf. Ooh! Thank you for stream. Thank you for hanging, Sneak. Thank you for lurking. I'll see you all Monday, unless it gets even worse with there and I'm even more demoralized to just exist, lol. Until next time, take care, stay safe, and wash your hands. Have a great weekend! Bye-bye!